Hello. Okay. So I'm just kind of getting started again. But, you know, managed to get a few things done. I also watched Emma complete a challenge in Long Dark, which is kind of cool. Although I did nod off at one point. So, you know, just what happens sometimes. Um, the goal for today is to get a little bit of rat racing done. And then we will see what happens from there. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to be pushing Crossroads, and we're going to actually utilize those axe heads that we created to chop down some trees and really take over Crossroads. So that's the plan for today. We've got about 5 axes total at the moment. Wood cutting axes, I mean. Hello. Hmm. Actually, one second. Do we have any flat rocks? Hmm. None that I immediately see. Get weight up a little bit, and then we'll head out. There we go. Okay, so let me see. So, Hello. There we go. Let's get some sleep. We'll do these 2 sets of working out. We'll start doing push-ups for now. Till about 3 o'clock, and then we'll go and have a bit of a rest. Get some food, and then we'll do push-ups again after. There we go. Okay, get some food here. Get some lunch here in a second. Come on. 17,000, not bad. Sorry. Mm-hmm. There we go. How's our weight doing? Should be kicking up to 81, almost 82. Okay. Burn through another day. Three more days until the end of winter after today. Last batch. Become the strongest. I'm doing the best that I can. Right now we are doing the gains though, so hopefully we'll be done the gains soon so that I can get back out there. We're at 82. That means tomorrow we should be at 83. Which actually means that we probably can start heading out there. Pain should be coming down. Should be able to grab you.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk. But if you want to chat with me too, the chat's right there. And or if it's like a VOD, comments and stuff are available. You can also always hop in the Discord. I very frequently read stuff that's in there. No pressure to do any of those things though. Can just lurk. Yeah, we'll start making our way back to Crossroads now. Because the plan is going to be to fully situate Crossroads the best of my ability. I'm a little reluctant to fast forward walk like this, mostly because I've had it happen where my character walks through foliage and then ruins their clothes, which sucks. Normally they'll avoid all foliage though, but sometimes they don't. I think it's partly due to player error though, like I click on a tree and therefore my character is like, oh well, if I'm already gonna walk through a tree, well it's fine to walk through all the trees. Which is not necessarily the best mentality. It's a bad practice. Yeah, we should be able to get over to the nice. Goes from weighing 10 to weighing 1. Happy with that. It's a significant loss in terms of total. It used to have an, didn't it? I feel like this used to have a uh, a picture, did it not? Throw this away. Usually those can't melt down. Okay. Did I put this in my bag? I thought I did. Must not have. Okay, we'll break all those weapons that are on our person. Shouldn't take too long to do so. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. Am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. We're gonna wait very patiently to see what happens with this car here in a mere moment, but we did honk the horn, so in theory, if there are zombies in this area, they should show up. Which means that we may have just officially cleared Crossroads, which will be awesome. Oh, there's a couple. Do I have moving zombies on? Or is it just really clear? What do you mean by moving zombies? Do you mean like migration? Migration, uh, yeah, we have migration. It's set to every hour. So the default is 12 hours. Every 12 hours, the zombies will choose different locations in the shell to shuffle around in, right? Yeah, but on the rat race, it's every hour. Every hour, the zombies are on the move. So they're always moving. Thankfully, by that being a thing, it means that there isn't really a time where the the zombies will stop, kind of thing. You see, it's pulling some of them out of the trees over there, which is confirming that I was right, that some of them will wander over there. It's okay, though. Because what we'll do is we'll bunch up this group that I can't fight right now because my arm hurts. It's still early, so unfortunately we're not really able to fight that well. What I can do, though, is this. They're noisy.
Hey!
Hmm. That's a few more than I expected in those woods to the side. Not a particular surprise, though. How bad is the car now? It's not bad at all. That's the funniest part. None of them went to the car. They all just are there, like around this crossroads, messing up my area. Like, look at this. There's 5 here on my way out. Alright, let's head back. Get some rest in. Tomorrow we're gonna have to look for food. They're gonna spread out throughout that cell, which is annoying, but there only seems to be like maybe about 500 or so left there, which is not too bad. There might be like a little bit over 1,000 if Dixie did come up. Maybe a little bit more, depending. Not really sure. Let's see, we'll do... Okay. Before we continue, though, I am going to do a brief BRB, so be right back, okay? All right. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day, Cinnamon Win. I'm having a good day. Yay for fireworks. It's been too long. I mean, I did have to go for 9 days or so. There was not much I could do. Things have been adjusted though, so that's kind of nice. And hopefully the next few weeks we'll be able to stream decent length streams. I was a little bit fatigued yesterday, so like, for me yesterday was 10 hours ago. Um, of course that's not real yesterday. Or actually, yes, it was. Yeah, well, I mean, I can run down too, which I do. I can get tired. I do have limits. I know them very well, though, for the most part. Sometimes. Sometimes not. Sometimes I don't realize a limit's coming until, well. But we did manage to stream for the minimum that I set for myself, which is 5 hours ish. So at least there's that, and we did make progress. Like we got short blades level 2. We're nearly long blade level 2, or long blunt level 2. I mean, we leveled up our fitness to 5, so we're no longer no longer out of shape. Yeah, we're making some good progress. How goes your Stoof? Are you having a good time with what you're up to? Behind this bottle of water. Trash that in here in a little while. How many twigs do I have? Need to make sure to keep at least one flint saw there. One more shift and then you get 2 days off. Oh, nice. Hopefully you have fun. But at least, you've got some time off now, right? Before you having to go back. That's kind of nice. Yeah. Turn these all into handles.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. I am currently looking at just organizing some of this stuff that we have here. Okay, now we need to go and find food. How am I liking V Rising? Oh, it's been really fun. So I've been playing V Rising a little bit. I've been on Miss Vidam's server, as well as been playing some with Emma as well, right? So which has been kind of fun. And it's been a nice offline kind of relaxing, enjoyable experience. Although um, there has been some difficulty. I do intend on playing more, and perhaps we might do a V Rising playthrough at some point in the future. I'm going to include it in the next poll. But first things first, I want to sort out some of the stuff we're currently doing. So I want to not finish, but sort of in quotation mark, or well, I say in quotation marks because I keep forgetting that I can kind of just what is it do like that. So like I want to finish some of the runs. I go to bed, Frog. Wake up, Frog. Yeah. When I'm able to stream, like actually able to stream, I frequently can stream for some time. Um, and in the future, I'm gonna have a schedule, but for right now, I can't. For at least for not until I move in with Emma. I am really looking forward to setting up a schedule, though. It'll be pretty hype. I'm also looking forward to setting up. We'll have basically a new stream setup and location, and it'll be cool. No real luck on the berry front. I was also looking a little bit into V Rising PvP because I was curious about it. I was curious how that sort of song and dance works. Um, because it's interesting. Because it seems like the game is somewhat set up to be PvP. It looks like the game is built to be PvP. So it would be kind of cool to do like a PvP-ish style server. Of course, I don't want to be inviting in a bunch of folks that are going to be super duper ultra sweaty, you know. But that's it's just a thought that I had that I was like, wow, this is because it seems very PvP oriented in the sense that you can set up your castle to be kind of like a like like a battleground. You can summon like banshees and skeletons and other enemies to be a part of your castle to defend it, as well as you can have servants, right? That can defend your castle too. So it's like it seems like the game, although has PvE orients and you can team up and have a good time, and that is fun, it seems like you could do the same thing but with a PvP style, right? I'm sure there's servers out there that exist where they do PvP for a short while and then they'll do like a reset like once a month or twice a month or something, or like, so that they can kind of keep it fresh, which is kind of neat. I was looking into it just a little bit just to see some of the stuff, and some of the strats are really fun, like naming your servants after yourself so that people don't know if it's you or not. It's just neat little things, right? I need to take off this mask because I keep forgetting. The mask is actually hurting me in terms of foraging bonuses. Yeah, I was definitely interested in that for a little bit in terms of like understanding. Because imagine that you're like fighting a boss, you beat the boss, and somebody swoops in, and you have to fight another person for a little bit in order to get that boss secured. Otherwise, they take it, and that can get them ahead a little. But that's why there's more than one boss at each tier kind of thing, is because then, okay, so and so took what's it called from me. I can choose to try and go for what's it called again, or I can go for a different one. Or I can base build for a little bit to defend myself. Stock up a little. What I don't understand though is what happens if they break the bottom floor of your base? Does the castle come crashing down? Is there structural integrity in V Rising? I know that you can't take out the stairs yourself, but can an enemy take out the stairs? And if they do, what happens? Are stairs just invulnerable? I wonder how they do it. Because if that's the case, then what you would consider doing is you'd put the stairs in an awkward position so that the enemies would blow them up. And then they can't get upstairs. Unless they claim your castle. Which they can do. That's some of the elements in the game, is that there's like the ability to claim your castle, the ability to open your door, open your boxes, like the private ones. It costs resources to do that though. Hey, look, a Spiffo. I got a Spiffo. It's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for food. Hi, Demetri. For a little bit more. I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad that things have settled a little bit for me, because things were very busy for a little while there. Not in the worst way, like, but definitely not in an easy way. So I'm glad that things are settling down. And I'll be able to probably stream considerably for the next few weeks. We'll be able to get our stuff back going. Catch back up a little bit in the rat race. I want to surpass my PB in the rat race, so should be very easily doable. Yeah. And then I'm nervous about impending, like, so it it's becoming more apparent to me that the move is upcoming, and as a result I'm super nervous. Anxious? Nah, maybe not anxious. Excited? I don't know. It's hard, right? I don't know. Mm, I know it'll go fine, but I don't like things being in the hands of government. Because government likes to be real slow and do things really, really, like, in an annoying way. So when it's not in my hands, like, I mean, in my hands meaning that I can do paperwork and I can jump the hoops that I need to, but it's when it's not in my hands that it becomes annoying. I've done everything I can for now. And I'm setting up backup plans just in case. So, because I've got two backup plans that I can implement at the moment if my paperwork decides to not, like, if I get declined, which is unlikely, but I mean, still possible. So, if we do get declined, there's two ways that I can go through and still go. The first way would be through employment, so work visas, and the other way would be through education. I would um, I would take courses in a university in Sweden and apply through student visa. So literally not possible to stop me. It will happen. So it's one of those things, right? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that, thankfully. And I'm not bringing stuff with me, like not really. I'm bringing like maybe a suitcase worth of things. Everything else I'm getting rid of. Because I'm one of those folks that doesn't really have a full attachments to possessions so much. So there's a handful of possessions I do have attachment to. Those I'll be giving to family, and and family can put them in storage. That said, though, it's nah, I'm gonna be traveling super duper light, and I can just get new stuff when I get there, like new clothes and new other things. I've got enough stuff that lasts me. It would last me several weeks of but obviously I would want to get some new things like a tea making setup and but yeah, it seems like I've got everything set up right, kind of. And then Emma's also setting up things there as well. So 3 of your bikes? Seems like a lot of stuff. 2 point. What does that mean? You need to have 3 bikes? Why? You'll never ever be able to ride all 3 at once. Why do you need 3 of them? I'd like to know the reason. Is it because they're different kinds of bikes? Like one's a sports bike and another one's like a rainy day bike, or like one's like a summertime bike? What is the difference between bikes, and why would you ever need to own more than one? I need to know. These are important questions in my brain. One for the city, a racing bike, and a training bike for wet weather. Okay, that makes sense then. That's a lot of bikes. I used to own a bike. I don't anymore. I haven't been bike riding for years. I go on walks and jogs though. Nice stretch and do yoga stuff, and I keep myself. So if I were to claim in Project Zomboid what I am, I would say that I'm your average character in terms of fitness. So I would be, I'd argue maybe out of shape, maybe, because my stamina in terms of running like great distances, marathon style, ain't very good. But I can go for several kilometers without really getting too tired, without being too sore. So, hmm. I'd prefer to not, but like, you know, trying to think. It'd be fun to make myself in Zomboid again because I've done it before. All right, let's see. Okay, let's make these into spoons. And let's make the spoons into forks. I suppose that's something that we'll get when we're in, like when I'm in Sweden. I might get a bike because that, or Emma and I discussed possibly getting a vehicle. So if we do that, then we'd be able to have an easier time with things. But we'll see. We'll make those decisions together. The one thing that I don't like about vehicles is that there's a lot of upkeep. And they're almost always breaking, and you'll never ever get them in a state of which they were, like, the second you purchase it, it becomes devalued. So it ends up being kind of not very good, right? Weighs 3. Do I need this? Not at the moment. Can I get more room in this bag somehow? I don't need the whetstone right this second. Or the hammer. I bet Emma would like to go cycling, maybe. Emma likes doing that kind of stuff. And one of the most fond memories I have of us when I've been visiting is we held hands and went on a walk and like watched. I can't remember if it was sunrise or sunset, but the sky was other colors, which was nice. Okay, I just want time to be forward. Yeah. The place that Emma lives is very beautiful. The place that I live is okay. Like, it's not terrible. There's a lot of nice things to look at here. There's not a lot to do here, though. Which is one of the reasons why I fell. Either you fall kind of into several categories when you live here, where I live. Um, you play video games, you watch movies, you watch TV, you work really hard every day. That's about it. Like, there's not or school. There's those are your you don't really. There's not much to do, which is fine. Because every place has its sort of purpose, right? And here, it's work. Work is the purpose of this place. I can't remember if Emma said that fishing was the purpose of... But maybe. Maybe not, though. Don't really remember. Plus, then it depends on your person, like what you enjoy, kind of thing. Public transport can be pretty good sometimes. It can definitely save you a lot in terms of depending on how often you use, like you need to go from point A to point B. While I understand licenses are very freeing and that they're important to have and all of that, I do feel like they're overvalued. Almost to the point where it can be a bit of a detriment. Because if you really think about it, if you don't use your vehicle enough, like, I mean, it's costing you quite a bit. And then you gotta include the maintenance and all of the insurance, and it's expensive to maintain a vehicle. And the fact that they build them to break down doesn't help. It's the same as computers, in a way. Although I'm hoping that in the future that's not the case. and that companies stop doing that. Products should be built to last, not to break down. And that's a frustrating thing that exists in our world. I don't know why this group is here in the way that it is. Oh, bees, my arm hurts. Can you leave me alone? You can't justify it. Yeah, it's one of those things that can be kind of weird. Something that always used to annoy me, though, is that people kept telling me that it was freeing. That was the biggest thing. They're like, oh, but you're so free. I'm like, no, you're not. You're tied to a metal box that doesn't have the means to, you know, you're forced into paying for that metal box, and it can't go everywhere. Sure, you can hop in and drive off in the distance, but you're tied down to whatever landmass that metal box is on. So, no, it's not freeing. It's just, it was one of the most frustrating things to listen to. Because I had no interest in getting a license for the longest time. Zero. Zero interest. And then it was just frustrating me that it was worth more than most things. I'd actually go out and say that a high school education versus a license, the license is worth more. It's really sad. That said, though, education is still important. It's good to have both. Somebody earlier mentioned that the area didn't looked very clear. I can't remember who said that, but I feel like they jinxed me. Because it looked clear. It doesn't feel so clear at the moment. Right? They placed a curse on me. Like, I'd argue that this is more than 1,000 zombies now, kind of. They're not shading, but I'd figure that given the ones that I can see and the fact that they're the density, it seems like there might be more than 1,000. Frog noise. Should I just change that to frog noise instead of name a thing? Because you guys don't ever use it to name anything. You just use it to make frog noises. Yes, please. Okay. Sure. I'll edit it right now. And I'll even change the cooldown on it. Give me one sec. Manage. If you knew that it made a frog noise, you would have been using it? Okay, well, I mean, I'll fix it here now for you. Let's see. You guys can do it every 5 minutes. There you go. Enjoy. Okay, it should be updated. So we're still adding to the pile. How many is that? Roughly 400? Maybe less. Probably less. Right? It's about that big. So many new friends, yeah. I think the worst part is that I need to go into the Spiffos for a second. Alright. So we've tucked our zombies away for a moment, and now I can go and get myself a drink. Much needed. Let's see, how many are you? Yeah, you're not as many as I thought you would be. Yeah, it's a few hundred, but it's not PowerPoint level. Actually, how good are you for training stealth? Let's find out. Mm. Nah, it's not that good. Okay, we'll just not then. Give me like five or six. Let's see, that should be plenty. Ta-da! How to pull 5 zombies out of a horde of that size. Of course, I didn't actually pull them all, because some of them are thinking about going back. Okay. It's like putting your toe in the water kind of thing before you jump in. Five zombies, please and thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Get a little bit of rest in before we continue. Okay, that's it. Stop. You're a fork. Or it's too close. Okay, PZ is louder than I remember. There. path in terms of trying to finish this small group off. That said, though, it's almost done. Point 8, not worth. Try again. Hello. Now that I have an axe to gain more resources, what do you mean by next step in CDDA? There is no goal to CDDA aside from the initial goals and then it turning into a sandbox from there. So you set your own goals. But the initial goals of CDDA are to heal the wound, cure your sickness, heal the wound, survive the helicopter, and then get to spring. Those are the primary list of CDDA. So you did all of those? Well, then you've already you've Well, where is it? You've won CDDA. Congratulations. Oh, you're still in winter. Okay, so you need to make it to spring, March 1st. Those are the challenges of CDDA. That's essentially once you make it to March 1st, then you've technically beaten CDDA. After that, so currently your main goal would be to uh, build resources like you just said. You got an axe, so you can start making weapons. You can start progressing your character, working out, make sure you have ample food so that your calories are under control. Stuff like that. Get a fishing rod, go fishing, or go look for animals. Although you're not going to have as much luck. CDDA is set in 6 months later, which means that a lot of the animals will be dead. That said, though, you can still harvest them for their rotten meat for compost for later, and then also their bones can be utilized for carving, and making weapons. So that's what I would recommend: is that build up your resources. Rock and stone, indeed, rock and stone. But that's what I would recommend. And then your goal right now is to live till March 1st. Once you've hit March 1st, you've officially beaten CDDA. Because those are all the challenges that are therein. You wish it kept up the challenge somehow? So it still technically is what has another challenge hidden away inside it. The fact is CDDA is set to the default game, but it's a higher multiplier than even if you were to set the default like so it's higher population, right? But it's also it has respawns, which means that if you want to, you can actually challenge the game on a meta level and start trying to fight the AI director. That's what I was doing in my CDDA wall run, which I was trying to wrap a wall around West Point so that once I wrapped the wall around West Point, the AI director wouldn't be able to respawn things in West Point, and then I'd go clear it out, and West Point would have been my home. I made it 60% through. You find it annoying that you can't nap stones to sharpen them? Oh, you mean like to smash like the regular rocks into nap stones? I think I don't know if they're gonna do that, like let that be a thing. I do feel like they should make something more with napping. If they do that, that would be really great because but make it sort of higher cost. So like I would put it at like level 4 you could do that if it were up to me, because then that would incentivize leveling napping to 4. And leveling napping to 4 is not the worst thing to do. There's lots of ways to get leveling levels in napping. But later on, once you hit napping level 5, or if you find a pickaxe or a club hammer, you can actually mine nodes of flint. So I'll see if I can't find one in my immediate area, but flint nodes are... That's an example of limestone. But so this right here is a limestone node. Flint nodes are kind of more square than this. Let's see if I can't find one. I think you're a flint node. Yeah, right here. So this is a flint node right here. So what'll happen is if you have a maul, you can smash this and it'll give you some flint. Unfortunately, it requires you to be level 5 napping in order to do that. Level 5 napping's a little bit of a tall order in my opinion, but especially given that there's limitations to napping. Like right now, if I were to grab all the rocks within this area, I could get my napping up a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to hit the 1500 XP requirement of level 5. And that's just going from level 4 to level 5. If you were to try and get the full total, 750, 300, 150, 75, right? And assuming that you have no, let's say you took an empty character, so a character that has no skills, right? They would need to get 75, 150, 300, 750, and then 1500. So you're looking at like thousands of XP worth of napping. Of course, you can do a little bit once you get to the ability to carve needles, and actually not, but that's carving. That's not. I recommend you use the fishing hooks actually, because the the bone needle's great. You'll use a lot more of them, but once you get to fishing hooks, these give more XP and cost the same. Of course, I'm not going to bother this now because I've got like 40 of them back at the base, so I don't need more. So I'm just letting my carving come up naturally now over time. Like as because there's no need to rush to level 10. The only reason you'd want to get to level 9 currently is because you want to make baseball bats. Or you're getting a needle to fix your leg. Oh, that's fair. That is a clever way to do to get CDDA. Is to cure your deep wound right away. But in all honesty, it takes about, what is it, 10 in-game days or something to heal the deep wound, something like that, even with slow healer. So it's not like you need to really focus that. Useful for weapon crafting for later, though. Just to cure your movement issue. Yeah, I can understand. Single plank yields 6 medium handles. The zomb pop is low. It's on purpose. They nerfed the spawns in Moldra because they were too aggressive, which is fair. I don't like disagree with the nerf to the zombies in Moldra. I think it's fine. They removed some of the heat map a little bit from there, as well as from some of the other spots in the map that are a little bit more strange. Like they had a bunch of spots on the map that were weird. Like, why are there so many zombies out there? Why was the heat map so busy? Yeah. That's because they consolidated it. There is a little bit less, but it's more or less the same. There's more total zombies in the center of the map now than there used to be. That's something that we can say, is that there's more zombies in the map now than there was before. And the outside zombies, they still exist. Like, you can still go for No Man's, and actually No Man's is way bigger than it used to be, for sure. That's me scrolling the screen as fast as I can, by the way. Like, it's huge. That's something that I kind of want to try and do at some point, is Journey to the Edge. But not in this playthrough. Or maybe in this playthrough if we live through everything. Which is not likely, but you know. Did you not take wilderness knowledge or herbalist? Because look for berries. I know berries are not going to be the be all and end all for you in terms of, but they'll at least sate you, so that you'll be okay. If not, you're gonna have to play with the spicy berries, which is not necessarily a preferred way to play. But I mean, what I mean by that is you can kind of balance it in a way. Does Forest Ranger give you, like, does Park Ranger give you herbalist? I don't remember. I know wilderness knowledge does, and that herbalist itself obviously does. I think Park Ranger is just bonuses to foraging, isn't it? Yeah, if you know how to eat rotten food safely, then you can kind of increase our longevity for that way. I don't like to eat rotten food myself. I don't like the idea of it, so I'll do it if it's an absolute necessity, but outside of that, I just don't bother. But you can build up your food quite quickly if you, especially if you have stick traps. So if you have trapping, stick traps, get yourself some bugs, and there you go, you got birds. Cook yourself up some birds. And you said you're in the spawn in Moldraw like area, so there's a lot of resources and loot there. A fun fact about CDDA mode in Project Zomboid is that how to get bugs. You can forage for insects, so like forage. But like I was saying, the one of the best parts about CDDA is oh, I guess you can't forage insects in winter, can you? You can at least dig furrows with a trowel or garden fork and get worms. Worms are a way you can go for birds. You can also find cockroaches in garbage cans. You heard? Well, if they remove worms from furrows, then where are worms going to be collected for like it only in compost? I don't know if they would remove a mechanic like that. It doesn't seem like, because that's been the groundwork for some folks' playthroughs. I don't expect they would remove a mechanic like that. Reduce the spawn? I don't think they'll reduce the spawn of worms. Why would they? It's already kind of a medium to low spawn as it is. I think they'll just leave it alone. A lot of the times the devs just leave stuff alone if they don't have to change it. So that's what I think will happen, is they'll just leave it alone. There's no necessity to change it? Okay, well, then let's not. Because you never know what spaghetti's is tied to that. You change the worms spawn rate, suddenly katanas don't spawn anymore. Could you imagine? I don't expect they would change that. It doesn't seem like something the devs would change. If anything, they will add things like more. They'll add more routes for food, because cooking does need an expansion, and farming needs another look at. And they're going to be adding greenhouses eventually. I'm really looking forward to that. I hope they do irrigation as well. I would love to be able to set up a sprinkler and, have my crops get watered like that instead of having to water them myself. As well as to, but once again, these kinds of things are all things that are somewhat secondary. They're not like something that needs to be focused on right this second. There's other aspects of the game that needs a look at first, but greenhouses are confirmed. It's in the code that there is a type of room called greenhouse where, and I hope that we'll be able to make them, but I don't know for sure. I do know though that there are a handful of greenhouses that are in existence at the moment. They don't functionally do anything at this moment, but they do exist. And my thoughts is that they are going to, the Stardew Valley greenhouse? I figured that that's what they'll do. That they will prevent crops from getting damaged by weather, and they'll prevent crops from needing to be in season. So you'll be able to grow stuff at any time, which would be awesome. I would love that. It would change farming entirely. You would see so many more people farming if that was the case. But I think it's going to involve this right here. So the designated zones, I think, is not going to be limited to only animals. I have the feeling and this is not 100%, remember, but I have an idea that the devs are actually going to give us control of rooms eventually, where you'll be able to set up, this is my animal zone, this is an interior that is like my bedroom, or this is a greenhouse area. It would be cool if that was the case, but we'll see. Yeah, you'd be able to set up essentially little rooms. It's because that's actually my facial expression. Like, for real. Like, if you were to watch me play Zomboid, essentially this is all I do is sit here and smile, and I'm just like, yeah. Even if I'm getting eaten, it doesn't really bother me all that much. Like, not really. I'm already assessing the next playthrough usually, and I'm like, okay, here's what I could have done better. Here's what I could have, I clearly took this a little too far. I probably should adjust this in the future. Like, I'm already moving forward because there's no necessity to hold on to any of it. Yeah, exactly. Haha, now I can get rid of that trait. Exactly. And that's why this character doesn't have cowardly. Although we kept disorganized. Can grab all the bags for home sorting. I grabbed some. I love duffels. Duffels are great. They're like one of the best bags in the game, in my opinion. That said, though, I do really like a lot of the different bags and how they look and their aesthetics, and it's kind of it does. I don't think it's sad, but it is kind of. I wish that you could have like tailor pockets, extra pockets into a bag to keep it the same as the other bags. If your tailoring skill was high enough, do you know what I mean? Like so that everybody could run with whatever bag they want for their character, and that it's not always about let's get that military bag, right? Yeah. I found Authentic Z often gave me too many extra slots though. It would like I wouldn't use them all. Or I would just put stuff on there to be funny mostly. At least they have the urban camo now and desert camo existed already, but there's a couple choices. You have like 10 things hooked to you. Excessive to me, and I would want less. I carried the balloon as representation of other people. A lot of the time. Because I had somebody gift me a balloon at one point in time on a server, and they're like, "Here you go, you can hold this," and I just held it, and then that person went out and they were doing combat and they got killed, so I just held on to it for then on. It's just like some folks' keychains. I held on to certain folks' keychains, or yeah, it's one of those sorts of things, right? The reason why on that particular server, why death actually meant something was because it was permadeath. Like, so if you died, you were banned from the server until the next generation of folks, which was kind of cool, you know, blood drive, right? It made death actually like when somebody died, it was like, especially later on when things were established and we had certain little teams going out and doing things. When you heard about, oh, so and so's dead, you were like, oh my, right? Because they were important to the group. They had a skill set that was like maybe they were an advanced forager, or maybe they were a doctor, or because all of our doctors died. It was horrible. Like every doctor. I started doing medical at the end, so like I mean, if we had kept going with the blood drive server, I probably would have perished because I started going into the medical field. So it just makes sense that because I became a doctor. I only ever managed to save a handful of folks, but it was a cool server. Come down a little bit. We should be able to clear some of this off. It's definitely more than what was just there. Were they killed outside? No, most of the time doctors died out of coincidence. It was not due to combat. Like little mistakes here and there, sometimes lag killed them, but we knew better. Like I mean, if our internet's dropped and we were in a hostile territory, it was our fault. So and there wasn't no calling, like nobody you can't call someone to get you out of the combat situation. Although some folks still kind of did a little bit, but it's hard, right? All in all, it was better to buddy up if you were going to go out. Or go in areas that are very safe. That's what I did. I stayed in the safe area most of the time. And while that's kind of boring to a degree, boring can keep you alive. Yeah, that's the truth. Boring is not necessarily the most fun, but it definitely is useful. That server was extra fun because the fact that all the skills had like mods that were associated with them. So like for example, the doctors had Braven's overhaul for first aid. So they could and once they got high enough level, they had like what looked like the debug menu but without the cheats. So like you could see somebody's exact health and when they were going to heal and stuff like that. It's really cool. That was for the doctors, right? Um and each different crafting section, and the XP was abysmal, like absolutely the worst XP is like 0.01 or whatever, like super duper low XP, right? So you if you didn't take points in something, you weren't gonna level it ain't gonna happen. So it was really fun for that way because it gave job security to the people that had certain skills, right? I was one of the cooks. We had several cooks. And it was really cool. Like so like we had Saf's cooking and Saf's cooking was awesome. Carpenter folks had the build menu. Same for the metalworking folks and the electricians. They had access to that. And also the cool part about the electricians is they actually could restart the grid. Like they could restart the electrical grid, as well as the water. So which was kind of cool. Uh, like it was a cool server for sure. And then it was a times 16 respawns like really high, and then uniform, meaning it was like the population was brutal. Well, right now that they've been adding and dotting around the map little tiny electrical generatory places, I think that those places are intended to allow for the restarting of that grid area of the map, and that's going to become an electrical expansion eventually, which would be really awesome. Once again, that's pure speculation, but it seems likely that that's might be something that they lean towards. They've talked about adding those kinds of things before, but once again, it's hard to say, right? The game's teasing me right now. Anytime I see the paddle, all it makes me think of is The Simpsons. Every time. Talk out of turn, you get a paddling. Hello. Paddling the school canoe. Better believe that's a paddling. I want to fight them, but I know I can't. So what I need to do is... I need to pull them over this way. We were pushing it as it is. Okay, now we can bail, and they should mostly leave us alone. Ooh, butter knife. Butter knives are good. By far the best metal, though, in my opinion, is steel wool, actually. Based on its weight, steel wool is fantastic. If you ever see steel wool, grab it. If you plan to do any blacksmithing at all, grab it and bring it back to your base. It is like the best. By the time we get over here, it will be March 1st. Officially spring. No more winter. Temperature will start to go up. We're almost level 3 in short blades. I gotta refill my tea here in a second, so it's good timing. Let's see, put you there. Fix all these here in a little while. Really? Okay, put them there then. These don't get too cold. Oh, it's dropping really cold. It's March 1st, though. Come on. We hate ourselves. Okay. We'll forage ourselves some breakfast here in a little bit, but I'm going to do a brief BRB, refill my tea, etc. So, be right back. Okay. Really? Oh, because we were cold. We woke up early. That's why. Sucks. There goes like most of our day. The temperature should be going up though, so very soon it will be okay. Well played, zombie. That zombie just stopped and was like, nope, not going a little bit forward to get killed. I'll just lay here on the ground for like a full second. Can't even be mad. That was like a play. Good job. Tactical face in the ground. Like, wow, almost got me there. A crawler's gonna be the end of me. I'm gonna be killed by a crawler. Finally. Forever to get you. bird. Are you actually supposed to be over on the watch bag? Let's go find out. Yeah, you guys are all supposed to be over here. Silly zombies. They're lost. They don't know where they're going. You recently found a pink cowboy hat with a whistle? That's fair. That is a fair assessment. And nobody would blame you for not wanting to wear anything else. I mean, I can't say no to Nolan's used cars keyring, can I? There's another one there. Let's get a little food real quick. I can eat these, right? Wait, what? Why is this group coming this way? I'm tempted to try and bring them down, but at the same time, I know I don't quite have the means at the moment. We've got, like, what, 2 stakes and a large knife. Don't think this group can be taken down that way. Be good? Good enough? Delish. It's very dark. Can't see very well. It's okay though. We'll go have an in-game nap and then we'll return. probably with another mitt full of steaks. Yeesh. Yeesh. Okay, let's fail for a sec. We're hungry anyways, so... That rabbit was fairly large. Mm-hmm. Great. Forced awake again by cold. I don't want to waste time, so this... Okay, we'll go for food first, and then we'll head over to get water. Okay. And then we'll go and get some water. Then we'll fight for quite some time, hopefully. Mm. In a computer? I remember there being a computer at Nolan's. I mean, it makes sense, but it must be new. Oops. I need those back. Gotta dispose of them properly. Oh, you got back up. Reanimators. They're really cool. Go this way. I don't need them to last long. I just need them to last longer than the zombies. So. Okay. Ribbit. Hello. Thank you very much for the subscription. Do very much appreciate your 4 months. Enjoy your frog emotes, as well as your effort viewing, as well as your increase in channel currency, and my appreciation. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Is that a banana? What is that? You got a bananas badge. You don't know where you got it from? Well, lurking has its benefits. Sometimes you get a bunch of badges that are neat. One of my favorite badges that they released was that heart badge. Who's winning the rat race currently? If you want to consider them winning, Twist and Shivas are the two people that are facing off for first place. So those two. That said, though, anybody who's playing Rat Race is winning, in my opinion, because it's pretty fun in its own way. Defeating sort of the adversity of it. Yeah, I don't really... do the, like, clip sort of things, although I probably should. I'm bad at that. I'm so far I'm getting up VODs is kind of I don't want to say it's tough because it's not. It's just that I'm a bit inconsistent with it. I try to make it somewhat a practice though that I get them out as quickly as I can. But I don't want to put them out too quickly at the same time. Like, yeah, it's time consuming. And plus, I want to go live, right? And have fun and play games and hang out. And difficult to do that if you're uploading. Okay, I think I should be able to take a small batch, but I probably shouldn't, and I should go home and sleep. Come on, you'll give me nimble XP all the time, but right now when there, thank you. I get it every other time, like fairly consistently, but it's like when I see that I'm like on the edge and the game likes to troll me. We'll get a little bit more consistent with YouTube stuff eventually when I can make it my primary focus that like I mean that content creation is my profession, but currently it's leaning towards but not quite there yet. Like I mentioned, when I move in with Emma, then we'll try like 100% to go for it. You like the hobo camp? I mean, I don't consider it a hobo camp. I consider it like a small base of operations. In my mind, a hobo camp needs more than one person. Perhaps that's a weird perspective, though. Really? That cold? I suppose you could consider Spiffo part of the camp, though, I guess, and then that would make it more like that. Oops. We're making good progress. Can zomboids walk up ramps? You mean like the stairs? Yeah. There are no ramps in Zomboid. There are, at least not yet. I could see ramps becoming a thing though, but it would be a little weird. The only time you would really want them is if you were going to do an upper level parking lot of some kind, which would be kind of cool to have, but I don't think any of that kind of thing exists in Zomboid at the moment. But yeah, stairs are some of the more dangerous areas to fight zombies as well. They it's because they're a little weird, the way that sometimes the zombie it's gives it an unfair advantage, which is rare actually in the like for the zombies to receive such an advantage. Usually it's the player that gets the benefit of the doubt, which makes sense because, you know, the game's brutal enough as it is. Oftentimes you want the player to be having like, you know, if the zombies attack you while you're on like in an animation, most of the time it'll miss. That said, though, stairs are, like I said, one of the more dangerous areas because they can kind of extend a zombie's reach to a degree, kind of, and then also sight lines. I think Wick has the mod. Last I remember, Wick has that mod that where you can see the top of the stairs. Um, so I think pretty sure that that's how that's spelled. Yeah. But I recommend it. Like if you ask Wick about it, I'm sure that he'll tell you which mod it is. But it's like it shows the top of the stairs so that you don't get like flanked by zombies when you go up the stairs. Super useful. I don't have that mod. That's why. I don't know what it's called. You're asking him now? Is he live? Yeah, definitely. If you find out what the name of the mod is, then let me know because I'm curious. It's like top of the stairs or something. Stair mod. I don't know. Blue. Stair alert. Okay, neat. So yeah, that's the mod that essentially lets you not worry about so it gives you an yeah, because it's a little unfair. You'd be able to see from the bottom of the stairs most of the sides of the stairs. It's only if there was an around the corner bit that you wouldn't be able to see that logically. But it would still not be fair for the zombie to get a free attack on you in that way, right? Yeah, Wick always knows those really funny mods, those and the really useful ones. One of the ones that I think is really good is the one that makes the regular shamblers fall over like the sprinters. You know, added a little bit of comedy to the apocalypse. That's another one that's really good. They just like fall over. I don't know what it is. It's slapstick though, right? Like, and it's just it's amusing. Yeah. It was I think I seen that one in it was Wick was doing the insurgent run and he had the joggers, right, but he also had like quite a lot of stuff. Thank you for the wellness check, by the way. I do very much appreciate get a sip of my tea. But the it's just like I was watching and then just one of the shamblers just fell over and ate dirt. I was like it just like it was like it lost its footing and it just like down. Because I've been there in that shambler's shoes, where walking along, suddenly you step wrong, and you're laying face down against the pavement, and you're like, oh. And the best part is they linger there for like a second. They're like they're contemplating everything. Yeah, so I'm having a good day so far. Making some good progress in the rat race, so like trying to get back to where my PB is. We're trying to fully take over the crossroads. I honked a car horn, which is why the crossroads is retaken over. Most kids are like that, though. They bounce back real fast. It's because they've got that regen, that special regen that comes with being youthful. You don't get to keep that forever. Eventually, your cell count gets high, and you start feeling your age. Cells decide that they're not going to make themselves, as they used to. Nor can they. Mm. She just laughs. You hated veggies growing up? I didn't mind vegetables. I don't. was one of those folks like that ate everything. There's a few things that I dislike, but even the things that I dislike, I'll still eat them. There's only like a very, very few things that can make me sick. Very, very few. There we go. Except for Brussels sprouts. Perhaps you haven't had Brussels sprouts in the right way. Have you ever had them with cheese? Are you a cheese fan? If not, have you ever had chili with them? If not chili fan, perhaps you, like I said, you just probably haven't had them seasoned quite right to the way that your palate enjoys. That's the thing about food is that some things can make it really, really good. And I know that doing a cheese drizzle, like if you like cheese, it can accent the flavor and change, like it would change it into a more positive experience for you. So if you love cheese, next time you try Brussels sprouts, try pouring some cheese on it. Like melt some cheese, put cheese on them, and see if it's good. Cooking, it's a large portion of it can, like you can completely change a dish by just adding a couple seasonings. Where did the rest of them go? They're too lazy to walk all the way across the road. They were too lazy to walk all the way across the road. They all stopped pre-going across the road. No, we're not going across the highway. My arm hurts in the game. What's your main source of food in the game? Forageables, and then sometimes I change it up and I grab fish to fill my calorie need. But it all depends. Sometimes I do rabbits, sometimes I do crops. It just depends on which version of the game I'm playing and what is available to my character at that time. Right now, though, foraging and fishing are best. Just because of exactly what is available to them. we go. But yeah, because we took wilderness knowledge, we have access to a bunch of things that allow us to make foraging really, really useful. Like the herbalist is built into wilderness knowledge, and I absolutely love that. The wilderness knowledge is probably one of my favorite new additions to the game. It's such a good trait. The value of that trait is so good. You get a bunch of things. You get crafting recipes. You get early levels to some of the more core elements of the new build. So like you get like a bonus to carve, or is it carving? Napping. And it gives you the herbalist is built in. Yeah, that's what herbalist is. Herbalist is and like I said, wilderness knowledge comes with that. So you can pay for just herbalist as well. But I think the herbalist, when you take it, gives you some forage bonuses as well. I don't know for sure though. I know that you can get the magazine, but the likelihood of finding the magazine in this particular playthrough is unlikely. It's still possible. It's just not as easy. So specifically in wintertime though, when berries are going to be like a really high thing that you're going to want to get, winter's the easiest season for foraging, in my opinion, because low yields of other things appear, and you'll be able to see winter berries and beauty berries almost all the time. So sustaining hunger is not hard in winter. The hard part is sustaining calories. So like you're having to keep enough fish or meats around or butter to maintain your character's weight long enough so that you can keep going. Right now we're in the 70s, right? Yeah. But we've got a couple more days before I have to like leave to go and fix my weight. And we've actually achieved, we're now into spring. Winter comes with a few debuffs, although I don't know exactly how those debuffs work at the moment due to build 42 being different than build 41. Build 41, it was like hard numbers. So like November through till March 1st, so the end of February, was winter. That was your winter months. Although November itself wasn't a winter month, it still had the fishing debuff. So a lot of folks will just consider it part of winter, even though it's like fall for foraging. But those hard limits have been removed in a way, like, or at least blurred. I think that the winter still affects growing, but I'm not sure. Hopefully. Are we gonna freeze? Yes, we are. Hey, look, it's Mr. Atomic Dog. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress in the rat race. What have you been up to? Enjoying yourself? Hopefully. I'll do my little intro-y thing. Oop, I almost fell out of my chair. Well, and so your cabin in the woods playthrough is going good, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna hope. Hopefully it's going good. Is 10-minute follow off? I don't know what that means. I know that I have some kind of authenticatory thing in the chat that all you have to do is have a verified account or follow for over a certain amount of time. I think it's like a day, and then you're fine. Something like that. Or have a, like, yeah, like I said, have a verified account. It's just to keep the bots out. Because bots are terrible. They're really annoying. Good so far. 2 IRL days in now. Just finished building a pen for your rabbits. Okay. Ah, you got your first crops planted. Hopefully they survive. Because sometimes it's hard to, depending on when they've been planted and seasonal stuff. Hopefully that you get a good yield before winter comes. Yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully Duck survives. Oh, he will. He's very good at the game. Professional Zomboider. Yeah, that happens sometimes. You can poof all you want. I can say whatever I want. I'm praising my character to death though, but I'm doing Rat Race, which is it's a fun little thing. Where essentially our goal is to kill 1,000,000 zombies, have a perfect character, and secure 13 points of interest around the map. 12 out of 13 are churches. 1 out of 13 is the military compound in the woods. Hollow. I can never remember that forest's name. Yep. Enjoy your self care. Appreciate the raid. Yes. And yes, I am currently enjoying the rat race, as well as doing my other little playthroughs that I have going, my little active adventures. We've got like a few things. But yes, it's good that these things there. Yeah, I got the. I'm actually really looking forward to that next year. The special effects stuff. It'll be fun. I don't want to waste time, so. There we go. How many of these do I have? All right. So far, I'm trying to take Crossroads, the Dixie Crossroads over here. It has been a bit of a trial. We're getting there, though. We'll have it under control soon. I think. Ever the optimist. I prefer the mushrooms because they're much more sating. Caterpillar's good bait, though. Okay.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. Ooh, carpentry chisel. Nice. Oh, you're talking about the jaw stab? Jaw stab is one of my favorite animations in the game. There's like a few animations that I really, really like, and that's one of them. The best part is when I very first seen the jaw stab, like very first time, as everybody, I thought I was dead. I thought I was getting bit. So I was like, oh my god. And then, nope, didn't get bit. And then it made me want to do it more. Because it was like one of those things, it's like, it's super cool. I thought I was dead, and then I was like, oh, but I'm not. It's fine. I'm fine. And it insta-killed the single zombie that I was fighting. Good old bargain clothes. Great. I had a bottle of water for my... Police officer nightstick. Possible gun. Nope, no gun. All right. The blue bag is one of my favorite ones. I like duffels, but this particular backpack holds a special place in my appreciation. Transfer liquids. What's the middle moodlet? The wind. It lowers the temperature overall and will make your character uncomfortable if it gets like too windy. So it makes things colder. So if you have high wind, the temperature goes down more. It's not one that comes up very often. It's tier 2 wind right now though, so it's fair. We can be really pleased. I don't know if we're gonna live in the Spiffos. Probably, maybe. The thing is we can live in all of them. This whole crossroads. I'm going to be essentially turning this crossroads into a safe zone. Or at least that's the plan. It's the entire thing. I don't know if I'm gonna power the whole thing though, but probably not. You know, the best part is they have the ability to open the windows. So when you see a smashed window, it's either because that window was locked or they decided to smash it themselves. Like they chose to smash it. Yeah, we're playing with cognition, so zombies can open doors and windows. I almost always play with cognition. Outside of if we're doing like a vanilla challenge of some kind. Or like a like CDDA doesn't have cognition. I kind of wish it did though. You can always go in the settings and edit it, but it requires editing the settings. I think we did this one already. Yeah. Let's double check the outlet store or the bargain clothes. Ribbit. You wanted to try it out? It makes a ribbit noise. Hopefully you like the ribbit noise. It was a name things option, but folks weren't using it for that, so we changed it. It was being used to make ribbit sounds, which I'm not surprised about. It's not surprising to me in the least. Chat is funny, the way that things are sometimes. And most of this area seems under control. Let's have a look down the highway just a little bit. No credit, no problem at Nolan's. Enjoy your lurk. Back off for a second. Recoup, and my arm hurts. Yeah, the heart one's good. It's probably one of the best badges on Twitch. It looks really nice and sweet. Jeez. Okay, well, I'm gonna bail from this area a little bit. Yeah. I don't get it. Why is March colder than February was? Darn it, March. I'd like springtime, please. Pretty please. At this rate, I'm gonna have to keep. Well, very soon we'll be able to sleep in the interior of one of the buildings over there, which is nice. And then we can start transitioning a lot of stuff over. But I'm not gonna be carting all the items from the other outpost to here because that's gonna be too time consuming, and I'm not interested. So we'll just basically, it's like we're starting fresh in this area, and we'll cart a lot of the stuff that's close by, but not everything. We'll be able to use the items that are on the ground. Ribbit. Oh, I left the text thingy on there, didn't I? So you have to write text. I forgot. I can take that off. 1 second. Manage. Edit. Yeah. Save. You think it's cool? I mean, if you think it's cool, I can leave it on there, but it's one of those things. It doesn't matter, I suppose. Okay, well, if you like it, like, I mean, so far that's two people that said they liked the text on there, so I'll leave it alone. Okay, how much do you have? 5 hours worth? Yeah, that should be enough time. Is this an average sleep? Yes. -22. I mean, it's not cryo winter cold, but it's like, it's cold. How's your weight anyways? 78. Okay, nice. I'm really keen. We're gonna start building soon. Because the crossroads is nearly under full control. I'll be able to start bringing over the axes. We'll be able to start chopping trees, building a perimeter. And then we'll start sieging Dixie and McCoy Estates. Whether or not... I don't know which one I want to hit first, to be honest. They're both really good for different reasons. McCoy Estates, because then I can create the blacksmithing tools that I need in order to create blacksmithing equipment that I need at the main area. And then we can start smelting and creating swords and creating knives and, you know, the whole metal equipment. Alternatively, if we hit Dixie first, then that's the first stepping stones to hitting McCoy, and McCoy, or not McCoy, Muldraw. Because Dixie is a staging ground for doing Muldraw, as well as a large portion of trailer goods. So, like, books and food and cookware. They're both really good. I think McCoy Estates would be the better choice, though, because it'll be easier to break than Dixie. The only problem is that it's in the woods, so that part's going to be annoying. Okay, I'm gonna head back to the other place because it's too cold, it's foggy, and my character could use a little bit of a bolstering on the weight. So, I don't want to deal with the fog. I just want it to be gone. So, we'll bail. Alright, we'll do that wellness check here in just a minute when I get back to the main base, okay? Because that way I can do all the wellness all at once. But thank you. I do appreciate. Go, go, go. And we can refill all these bottles. It'll be about 8 liters of water. Should last us quite a while. What on earth is going on here? The forest is sprung up in this path. And our nature settings are reduced. Like, next time when we do the rat race settings, like if I'm gonna ask that we maybe put the nature on like the worst possible growth. Because it's like nature's just too aggressive. My goodness. That'll happen in the event, like if in the event that all of our saves brick because of a PZ update that destroys all the saves, because it can happen. It's the unstable build. We have to be ready for it. If that does happen, we're probably gonna reconsider things for the rat race. Um, Everybody will be able to put forth their ideas. We'll yay or nay it as a group, and like we'll see. But that's definitely one that I'd put on the list. Is the foliage is just ridiculous. More than likely that will happen, but then again, maybe not. Some folks are actually reaching up to the point where they're at like nearly, like I think Twist and Shivas are in the 300k range, which is that's sizable. It means that they're almost at the halfway mark of one of the objectives. I don't know if they're actually going to do the other objectives though, but we'll have to see. I'd like to believe that they will, but you know, it'll be up to them to decide. They mostly care about the kills mostly, but I mean that's a large portion of us. Only our the outpost and the other stuff is meant to be sort of an extra bonus that we can get on top. Oh, I wrong. There. I'm gonna pause there, and I am going to BRB. So be right back. All right, let's continue. Okay. Yeah. It is. I mean, maybe. I don't think that the zombie's trying to get in, though. I think that the zombie's just upset that it's raining. Wow. Yeah, okay, we won't be. I'm gonna forage in this area looking for food. Russian's kicking your butt. Well, it's okay. You'll get through it. Ebbs and flows. You're in a low right now, but that's okay. You'll get through. Wait. Wait a second. There's a hole in our hand wraps. Where did we get a hole in the right hand? Well, that sucks. Can I make new ones? Yeah. Hand wraps. We're so tired. It depends, I suppose. But hopefully they'll feel better here eventually. That is the hope. Because nobody likes feeling like that. It's not fun. Okay. 4 hours is not enough time. Chocolate's good. I like chocolate. Darn. Round 2, tree. I win. You're fine. It's okay. Oh, I'm doing good. How are you? You think I fell asleep? That happens sometimes. Fishing is a different level of boring. Like that for me is like it's just like so it's like just easy to nod off. Your application to graduate didn't go through, but that's okay. That means that you'll be able to graduate soon, because regardless of if you do it now or you have to do it later, I mean, it means you're on the verge. So it's okay that it didn't happen now. Would have been nice, but at least, you know, you're still going to be able to. Nothing can stop that. It'll be okay. Let's put this out. Add there. Grab these. Oh, look, it's Chili. Hi, Chili. You having a good day? How goes your run? Did you manage to push the commercial district? How far in are you? I've managed to push all the way through to the crossroads at this point, but unfortunately, it's still not clear. There's still quite a lot to deal with over there. As we found out when I honked the car horn. Arguably not the wisest thing to do, but yeah, it's fine. Oh, you're fighting a headache, so you need to take a break from winter. I can understand. I was feeling a little fatigued at the end. That's why I only did a shorter stream yesterday. I was like, I'm gonna take a little bit of a rest because I need to make sure that I'm still resting. We'll probably do an average stream today. Like, maybe... Let's see. Yeah. Just a standard stream. It was required. You're not wrong. It was required. I needed to honk that horn. Average meaning 23 hours? No, that's not an average stream. My average stream, for those that don't know, is between 5 and 7 hours. Those are my minimums. I like to hit those. And if I can go for longer, I try to go for longer, but it depends. So this stream should be like at least another hour or two long. And then in the future, I do plan to have schedule, like an actual schedule, like a real one, like where you guys can actually see when I'm going to be live, and I'm going to be there as best I can, bar emergency situations, you know? Because this will hopefully, if all things go as I hope they do, this will be my 9 to 5, but not really 9 to 5. It'll be my... I hope. This is Civ, isn't it? When did I add this to the playlist? I've got just thoughts of Gandhi blowing me up. And that one Civ session with my friends that we played, where we it was a funny session of Civ. I tell the story sometimes, but we were playing for like 12, 13 hours of Civ, right? Which is normal for Civ. Enjoy your lurk. I had a pristine economy. My character was George Washington, and I had this pristine, wonderful economy. And I was getting tired, so I was like, I need to opt out. I had work the next day anyway, so I was like, I need to opt out. Here, let's turn over my character to the AI. So we turned it over to the AI, and we watched George Washington's economy going from like it was steadily increasing to just boom, like straight down, like and then out of the game. Just because I was like, oh, apparently they don't know how to do economics at all. It's like so my character got knocked out when we turned it over to the AI. It was funny. Those friends were playing against I can't remember which French general it was, but he had like an impenetrable defense. It was Civ. I don't remember which one. We were playing Civ. There was a French general, and I was George Washington. I don't remember who the other two participants were. I remember there was at least 2 or 3 of my friends playing. This was years and years ago, though. And it was funny. It was just funny watching the AI go. Like, I had a perfect economy. My economy was flourishing and wonderful. And it just went from steady incline to, it was like a heart monitor, but like straight down and then out. Like apparently that AI had no clue. That's it. Perhaps they you know. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay. Let's put these things there. Yeah, let's do my exercises. Oh yeah, today's been pretty good so far. We've managed to nearly get to 2,000 kills, as well as we leveled up short blades as well, which is good. And we've still got a little bit more to go. But I'm going to gain some weight. Which is funny, in Zomboid you can gain weight by working out. Kind of makes sense, I guess. Muscle does weigh more than fat, right? Well, I don't think of it just as that. In Zomboid specifically, I don't think of it because like, I think of it as you're getting your muscle back because your character was losing muscle for not eating properly for a little while, which is kind of makes sense, but just tuck that behind me for a moment. So fill up my water bottle. Should be able to do one more. Yeah, they're good at. So there is one downside though that I've noticed to Zomboid, and that is their their focus is a little bit too split on making lots of micro steps, and I think that it'd be cool to have more larger steps. You know what I mean? I probably should explain myself better, but like for example, adding in carving and napping when masonry and carpentry already exist, right? Or that you need to, like, for example, to craft a spear, you can craft a long stick. The long stick can craft into a spear, but then it can craft into a bunch of other stuff. But there's like, I like that stuff, but at the same time, I can see there being a little bit too much micro. It's not necessarily it's like the worst thing, but lots of itty bitty steps. Some that you don't even know exist unless you were to see someone else do it or you were to play around. Like, does it say anywhere in here how to light a fire? Let's see. Crafting, eat food. Yeah, I don't think it tells you anywhere in here. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I'd like to be wrong. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that involves that. It tells you about the context menu. That's the closest thing it comes, right? But how would you know, right? More bugs, but still fun. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I like a lot of the micro steps, but there's some parts of it that they need more fleshing out, and there needs to be more macro. Because I was thinking about this before, and that it's nice that there's a lot of like little extra steps that you have to do, but how does that affect the end game at all? It doesn't. It really doesn't. The end game is the same, right? The end game of Zomboid is still, you still run around killing gigantic hordes of zombies. You're virtually super duper strong. You still die in one hit, right? Mostly. Aside from if you're wearing the armor, but even if you're wearing the armor, like chances are, unless you get, well, if you get pulled down, you're pretty much doomed. You thought it was napping, like snoozing? No, no, yeah. It's the banging of rocks together. But yeah, napping would be nice. Could you imagine if you could improve your sleep skill? Yeah. You don't have anything on for today? I probably am gonna spend some time with Emma later. We'll see. I'm gonna move to where Emma lives. Hot or cold climate? Average climate. Emma lives in like a really good place in Sweden. No real natural disasters. No issues. It's a really nice place. Every place you go, you have to deal with some form of disaster, right? There's always something, but not in where Emma lives. I guess maybe thunderstorms, but no different than anywhere else, right? And the thunderstorms here cause much worse things to happen. Yeah, Australia is one of those places that's very, very scary. I don't know why, but you got me thinking about honey badgers now. It wouldn't surprise me. Most animals are like that. Because you can't really trust the other animals in the animal kingdom. Really can't. Throw that there. Much more scared of that. Which bears? Yeah, bears are common. We see bears sometimes. Interesting seeing them walking down the road. You don't go near them, obviously. Not something you do. You just like they aren't uncommon. You'd not go pat a bear. Yeah, don't pet the dog. It's not no. Get my weight back up. It's funny, it says slow metabolism, but we end up dropping weight like fairly quickly. Cause how long did we go out there and fight for? Like a week? Something like that? That's what you gotta do sometimes. Wow, tier 4. It's too bad I'm tier 4 tired. So tier 4 agony doesn't do anything. Not in this case. Well, it does. It's going to keep us asleep a little longer, but fine. And there it goes. No more agony. Where are we at now? 79. We're getting there. A full day of working out ought to get us into the 80s. And then we'll be able to head back to Crossroads. I really want to be on the start of organizing Crossroads, because that would be very nice to get that going. What do you require to make the smelter? What do you mean? You mean this? That's an advanced kiln. Or what do you mean by smelter? You mean like the forge? Or the furnace? Like, I need the kiln. Okay, so this advanced kiln just requires 20 clay and a mason's trowel. You can also make a mason's trowel out of wood. So, it's not that hard. I think this is a placeholder recipe as well. I don't actually think this is the final recipe, because I think what's going to happen is they're going to edit this to be that you need to make it with bricks, which means that you would then need to make the primitive kiln, because currently the primitive kiln has no use. Why would you make this? It's the same recipe, the exact same recipe as the advanced kiln. So it's just a placeholder recipe. And to be quite honest, I'm thinking a lot of the recipes are placeholder recipes. Like, if you look at some of the furnaces, currently there's no real reason to make the simple furnace. Because if you have a large bellows, you can make the advanced one. So why would you bother making the small one unless you decided you wanted to save on the bellows? Which, I mean, you could, because these two are basically the same. Like these two furnaces, there's almost no reason to make the advanced furnace if you want to just, Forges, however, that's different. There's no reason at all to make the simple forge. You can make it if you want to save on the bellows once again, but there's a big difference with build 42 for the furnace. What's the big difference? Because currently the only difference is bellows. A lot of what you can smell item-wise. Are you sure? Last I looked, the only difference was the bellows. I swear, I just tested it. Okay, well, I'll believe you. I still would want to test it myself later, but it's one of those things where, I'll believe it. It's one of the, I can't really know what's up with the unstable build. I'm not going to be able to keep up. Because anything you test right now could completely overturn here in like a single patch or even a hot fix, right? And then also you got to take into account that some folks are using mods, some folks aren't. Like, it depends. Oh, if you've got common sense is one of the mods that really messes with a lot of stuff. Like a lot of stuff. But we can do a real quick test right now. Why not? Why not? I mean, I'm curious enough. I'll hop into debug and check. Take me just a little bit. Just a wee bit. And then we'll hop back into Rat Race after. You're not derailing me. You're fine. I'm curious. It's fine. Science is fun. And I'd rather update my information anyways. Last I seen though, the furnaces, the forages were different. So, but the furnaces were not. Like the simple furnace versus the advanced furnace. So we'll go into mods and make sure that all the mods are off. Disable all. Accept. Go into solo. We'll go into apocalypse because that save it is best. Sure, whatever, it's fine. All right, there we go. Now we have everything, right? Okay, so from what I remember, this one had so it has 2 pages of stuff. You're able to do some of the weapons, but not most of them. So, and then none of the armors really. And that seems like it's still the case. A lot of the tools you can still do, It's still missing. So if I recall correctly, it's the metalworking punch should be in the primitive forge, but it's not. So it needs to be moved over, at least in my opinion, for flow purposes, because this is required in order to progress. And you can see that this is a primitive forged recipe that's in the wrong section. Anyways, if we look at it though, this has 3 pieces, 3 pages, because it includes quite a lot of the armors. You can see the armors are available here. Some of the tool heads are available as well. So you can do a little bit more with the simple forge. And then finally was the advanced one, 3 pages still, but this one includes all of the stuff. So like you can make crowbars, you can make what else was there? This one's all of it though. You can do like all of the things. I'm pretty sure the forged crowbar can't be done in the simple. Nope, can't do a crowbar in here. Can do most of the weapons though. See, crowbar. So that's like the only big reason why you would want this in the first place, is if you're a long blunt player that really wants to, not just long blunt, but there's a couple other things you can make in this that you can't make in this one. But essentially this one, because the recipes are so similar, you might as well just make this one. There's no reason to. Now let's compare these. So we've got this here, which includes the new copper and the new iron smeltables, which is kind of neat, as well as the ingot stuff, which is kind of cool. Okay, let's have a look at this. So there are, so that's 4 by 5, so that's 22 recipes, right? Okay, so this advanced forge is able to do a little bit more. Ceramic bar molds. Casting steel. Okay, so I'm seeing steel as the option. Is that it? Yeah, so that's the only difference. So the ability to cast steel. Right? Am I wrong to think that? Because that's all I'm seeing is the additional recipes here. Everything else is all iron-based stuff. It's the same as the other one. So if you use the recipes used... Hello. Required? What did you input in the required? Because if you don't put anything, there's no difference. Search for kitchen. Okay. But you can cast kitchen with steel. So it's just showing the steel recipes, that's all. There's no difference. It's just the steel recipes. Yeah, because they're the steel recipes. Right? Yeah, the only difference is that you can do steel with the advanced furnace. So, yeah. If you want to do steel, you can use the advanced furnace. But that said, if you want to just do iron, you can use the regular furnace. So they are slightly different. And maybe they're gearing up for something that's bigger. It's a possibility. But yeah, it's just the steel recipes. That's all. See? Steel, steel, steel. And same if I were to type in kitchen knife, it will just show steel recipes here. Yeah. Yeah, the steel recipes are the only difference. Still, that recipe needs to be moved. So they are slightly different now, but not by enough of a margin to really want to make this because of the crafting recipes themselves. So, like I mentioned before, the crafting recipes are so similar that the only reason you would make this one is to save making the bellows. That's really the only reason you wouldn't make it. They're too like I expect that this is gonna change in the future. Like these are just placeholder recipes. Same as the kiln, right? The kiln it's just placeholder recipes because the primitive kiln and the advanced kiln are the same. Dome kiln is separate, but because the dome kiln does other things. This one helps you make Coca-Cola. But yeah. Anyways, I don't feel like anything was really one way or the other on that one. It felt kind of neutral. It looks like unfinished work is what it looks like. Which is what it's going to look like. This is the unstable build. It's what we should expect. There we go. Back to Rat Race. Yeah. Have a good time, though. We'll do push-ups for a little bit, but my plan is to get some rest and then fish. About smoked trout? Oh, that sounds good. Emma and I had some fish. I was worried when we were eating it though. I know fish bones can be very, very like hard to spot, and you don't want to have issues with them. And Emma doesn't like bones on things, or things on bones. It's not something that she enjoys. Where's removed from the bone? Oh, that's good. Sometimes it's hard to get that filleted properly, though. We found bones in our fish. It's 21 p.m. for you. I see. Yeah, and some of those meats you can cook them in a very like good way, and they just kind of fall off. So then you don't have to worry about it. Good God. Oh, it did that thing where it fell on the ground. It's too heavy to pick up. I gotta take off all of my... One second. We actually have to put on the ground all of our equipment to pick this fish up. It's enough to encumber us, like, all the way. Even half a fillet is not enough to put in the fire. We have to half them again. Um... It's hard to get out of those old habits once you've kind of been in them for a long time. You know, like waking up at specific times consistently for years. It's one of the reasons why my sleep schedule's so slot machine. Nothing wrong with that though. And eventually you can reset yourself in a way. You just have to take away all technology to do it. Because eventually your clock will reset back to sunlight hours. Because that's just how it works. It is inevitable. But thanks to the tech that we have, we're able to kind of not need that so much anymore. This is why I like to unplug every once in a while from things. Usually it's only for a short time, but... And usually it's in summer. Yeah, that's the truth. Some people think you're always awake. I know that feeling. Do you sleep? That's, you get that question every once in a while. When do you sleep? Do you not enjoy it? Like, no, it's just, it's not as needed for some people. Although you do build up a sleep debt and eventually you will get that one good sleep in every once in a while, but it's hard to get that one. Your mind keeps thinking of stuff. And it's you most random and useless stuff that you can ever think of, isn't it? I guarantee I can think of like at least 3 or 4 things that it would be on that list of random stuff. Like past events that don't matter anymore. Not even the people involved are thinking about them, but you are. Like it's like yeah. I can understand. Hold on my back. See, I'm not autistic, but I am definitely neurodivergent. I have ADHD as well as ADD, but um, sometimes it's not that bad. Sorry. I was assessing the entire area around us, and I'm like, is there a zombie here? Could there be a zombie here? What else could have caused the anxiety? Um, I can't think of anything. So it's just probably just a random nightmare. Maybe the cold and being uncomfortable? Squirrel! Or maybe there is a zombie around. I don't know. I've seen zombies wander into this area. It's unlikely, though. But, I mean, they can. I'm tired of the weather effects. I want them to leave me alone. Every day is fog. It's okay, because we are bulking at the moment, so it's fine. But still. It's crazy how many fog days there have been. It's based on the temperature a little bit, though. I don't really like it that much. I like it for its ambience, but that said, I don't really. It's too bright all the time. And there's a promise of stealth, but like I mean, not really. Fog is no better than the evening. It reduces zombie sight by 1/3 or 25%, something like that. It's super super small. It's basically inconsequential because zombie sight doesn't really matter out of the whole grand scheme of things for the game's stealth. A zombie seeing you, it's not relevant. The zombies will hear you long before. And if they don't hear you, it's because you maxed out your sneaking and your light-footed. Then seeing you kinda matters, but the only time that it really would matter would be if you're playing with regular zombies or poor eyesight zombies. Because if that would be a way to do stealth, I guess, kind of. That said, though, stealth's kind of eh. Yeah, for the player, it sucks. A little bit. Because it's bright. It's really bright. Which is fine. I like light mode in a lot of things. But sometimes I'll turn on dark mode so that the folks around me don't have to deal with the extra bright lights. Kind of can't do that if you're, there's fog. Thankfully, though, folks aren't usually around me while I'm streaming. But if I were to be streaming near... no. The location of my PC will be in a separate area to Emma's area, so won't be bothering her. At least I hope not. It's kind of the point of the way that we are planning to set things up. Meanwhile, Emma can't really bother me. Does Emma stream? No. Well, Emma streams to me, but not to other people. Usually. Handful of times she'll stream to her friends. Or but yeah. Emma's not a streamer. Why are you sorry? You said no problem. It's not. You don't need to be sorry. It's fine. Lots of people stream. Lots of people stream, and you wouldn't even know they stream unless they told you. You can follow and sub. Yes. I would sub to Emma too. But alas, Emma doesn't want that kind of thing. Wouldn't want that. Finally can get out of this area. We gained enough weight. Really? The tree scratched my face. And I don't have any bandages. Trees are mean. Yeah, some scratches don't need, but I mean, it's a video game, so I kind of, I understand where the game is coming from. Thankfully, though, the head, like, it'll continue to bleed for a little while, but we can make it all the way to the crossroads probably before we're in real dire need. Each location on the body in Zomboid has a certain amount of blood, and eventually that particular extremity will run out. I don't know if the head has a limitation. I know the feet do, though, and you can really see it slow down when you're doing first aid training on your feet. The hands do. Uh, most limbs do. The neck doesn't. The neck will kill you right away. Like it's the neck is one of the worst ones. I find it hilarious that we've had to run all this way. And because we left early, I forgot to grab the bag for the water. That's not a big deal though. Enjoy your work. Okay, let's go fill up my water bottle over at the crossroads. Do I have weapons? No. Can't do anything with those. Part of me has to kind of hope that there's not too many zombies at the crossroads, but... I think. And that gives me another 6. Nice. That's my favorite kind of tea. Herbal lavender blend. I don't drink it very often, usually for special occasions. I'll drink a lot of other kinds of tea though. My least favorite kind of tea is empty. So long as I have something in my cup, I'm happy. And I like variety. It's an interesting combo. You didn't know that tea could be drunk without adding milk? I mean, you don't need to put anything into tea. You could just have tea, like, by itself, and sometimes it's still sweet and still can be creamy by itself without having ever added any milk products at all. It depends on the type of brew that you have. It also depends on the type of um, there's a lot of prep that can go into tea that changes it significantly. Okay. How many do I have left? 3? Might be enough to clear this group. Emma likes milk tea. You got a challenge for me? I don't know. I'm already playing a challenge. The Mad Homeless Man? Isn't that essentially what Zomboid is already? You spawn next to Louisville Mall without any clothes. Okay. So... free loot is all I can... Are you not allowed to take anything? So... what kind of settings are for your challenge? So basically, so you can actually just run in and grab everything because the indoor populations do not change based on the zombie, like the pop settings. They'll change a little bit because of the if you change it from normal to insane, the indoor pops change, but they're kind of static in the way that they are. So you could kind of just lure all the zombies out and then loot the building. Hmm. I suppose they'll get stuck on the gate. I suppose what I would do in that case would be, here, I'll show you what I would do. If I were to do a challenge like that, you said the Louisville Mall, right? So that's this mall right here. I would probably go out here on a 0 to hero character, and I would grind in this area for a bit, leveling my strength and fitness until we were able to just siege the mall down. But I would probably live out here for a while. Maybe even take over the whatever this is. I can't remember. It's like a little fortress or whatever. You'd run to a cooler and grab all the butter? Why butter? You don't need to grab the butter. Because butter doesn't expire. So you can kind of just save it for later. It can just sit there. And if you said survivor, like so survivor settings. Butter's your favorite item. Survivor settings, so loot would be really high. Yeah. Don't know if that would be a challenge for me. I don't think that would be a challenge for very many of the veterans, to be fair. I think most veterans would be able to do that almost no problem. Maybe take 2 or 3 tries, depending on if we cranked it to times 16. If you did times 16, it might be a little bit more of a difficulty. Because Louisville on times 16 would be rough. But then again, you just go out to that one area and then you'd be good for a little while. The challenge is made for people who want to understand the sneak system. So... virtually non-existent. I see. Like, understand the sound system, you mean? Sneak is not a real thing. Like, it doesn't really work. But it would teach folks that it doesn't work, at least. I mean, I guess it does work. It's just that it doesn't work as you would expect it to, is what I mean. It's not like an Assassin's Creed or a Hitman or any of that kind of stuff. Or a Skyrim or Oblivion or any of those kinds of game stealth systems. The way that it works is it's based on sound and sight. If a zombie sees you, that's it. You've been seen. It's over. The rest is all sound based. It's still, or is that nimble? So sneak is still the same kind of as build 41, sort of. The only difference is they gave us the ability to use cars and fences as cover, and weather and time of day affect the zombies now. So it lowers their sight radius by, I can't remember if it's a third or 25%, but their sight goes down a little bit during the evening and a little bit during storms and fog. But that said, their hearing is still the same. So, and their eyesight still works the same, and their eyesight's based on frame rate. So, as you can imagine, it makes the stealth system. Well, I don't even really like calling it a stealth system because it's not quite stealth, right? There is avoidance, and you can avoid the zombies by making a sound in one area and then running away. And I mean, it's kind of stealth, but not quite, right? It's not quite the same as, say, like a Splinter Cell, where, there's I don't know. I don't know how to improve it either. I really don't. It's not something that I would understand how to improve. I just know that it's feels like it lacks a little bit. And if you were to lean it one way or heavily in the one direction, like you'd get the funny stealth, which is like Oblivion and Skyrim, where you can crouch directly in front of the zombies and they won't see you, right? That's Oblivion. Oblivion and Skyrim are kind of like that, where you can just kind of disappear directly in on line of sight. And then there's the alternative, which is that there is no stealth system, essentially, where the zombies will just always spot you, which is kind of like now. I don't know, it becomes tough. It's a really, really hard thing to balance and adjust, and I don't know. I have hopes at some point in the future that we'll be able to do boyering and we'll be able to use archery and can like pick zombies off and, be like stealth archery. That would be cool. I really do hope that if that's the case, that they make it so that we can turn stones into chipstones. Because then you can turn the chipstones then into arrowheads. And then... yeah, it would be good. Because I liked archery in Z-Bay. Even though, in all honesty, on a Time 16 game, archery wouldn't be that great. Like, because what am I going to do? Like, a big group of 1,000, I'm going to draw a bow and shoot each one real slow? Like, melee's going to trump it easily. Right? Yeah, I feel like that challenge that you're mentioning is similar to Buzz's challenge, which is Save Knox County, the Save Knox County challenge, which is one of the cooler challenges in PZ, where you get to go around the map and burn down buildings, and you end up back in Louisville at the end of it, because you start off in Louisville and you got to go everywhere around the map first, and then you come back to Louisville to burn down the final three. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to say the least. I don't know how to improve the system, but I'm sure that the PZ devs will figure it out. I'm sure that they've got some stuff in mind, but perhaps they're going to be working on other things first. I hope they bring back these though. I'm sad that these are broken right now. So, because I would be a little bit further along in the playthrough if these weren't broken. Because currently, if I try to remove the large flat stone, I'm not getting it. I don't get anything out of it. and this is a good way to level up your napping. So once you hit level 4, um, and we can't. You can still find them in foraging. Like we found a handful, but it's still not quite enough, right? Oops. There's been some really interesting bugs. Oh, please, come on. Minus 20? Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, it seems like it's quite late for you, but that's okay. You enjoy your lure. And I am going to enjoy making some steaks. That'll give me another 6. Which is another mitt full of zombies. Hello. Oh, we can remove this. No, I guess we can't. That's okay. Oh, slow healer. That's right. Dang it. Yeah, slow healer. You'd think I'd be used to slow healer. I take it almost every time. Almost. I was taking fast healer at one point in time for sprinter content because it was fun. Anytime I took an injury, it was like, oh, it's okay. It'll heal a little bit faster. Because inevitably, because when you're playing fast and you end up taking more injuries, it just ends up that you're not being as careful. You can get careless though in Shambler content too. Let's go get a rest here. There we go. There we go. Very nice. Why do I grab the skirts? Because they're worth tailoring XP. So low-level tailoring, especially, there's a handful of things that you can grab if you want to get your tailoring from 0 to 1, especially early on. And they give you free rags that you can then use. As well as when you cut them to be smaller, they give you a high condition version of whatever is the next tier down. So here, let me show you the under tailoring. So you've got the shortened trousers, which is like the jeans, right? So jeans and long denim shorts can be shortened to denim shorts. This will give you denim, as well as you can do the crop top with long arms. You can make it into a regular crop top. You can do long socks, and then you can do the skirts. The long skirts can be made into skirts. The skirts can then be made into short skirts, and the short skirts can then be made into mini skirts. You know, good tailoring XP for 0 to 1. Of course, I'm past level 1 tailoring, I think, so I don't really need to be grabbing these things, but just out of habit, I'm grabbing some of them so that I can then, when I do bring them all together, I can get some free tailoring XP later. So hopefully that explains that a little bit. Yeah, it's super useful. Same for the leather jackets. The leather jackets are good for leather strips. Same for belts. If you see belts, you can pair those up into leather strips. And then leather strips are your best defense against zombies in the tailoring field. Like, here, 1 second, and I'll show you. The leather hand wraps that I'm wearing currently were basically free to make. Here. Okay. Where are they? So you see these leather hand wraps? They give me 20 scratch defense and 10% bite defense on my hands and my forearms. You can also, if you have high level tailoring, especially max level tailoring, you can put leather strips on these and it'll actually give you even more bite defense and more scratch defense and even bulletproof defense as well if you're on a PvP server. Now, I want to warn everybody, these are insurance. They're not guarantees. So even if you're at 100% bite defense, zombies can still get you through it. It's just, think of it like really, really high chance to not get bit in those particular areas, right? So it's good insurance, and I'd rather have it than not, but if it's hampering my characters overall, I wouldn't have it on. So that's why, for example, the metal armors, while they're great in short bursts, and I would wear them in an indoor area, I would never ever wander around with the metal armors on at all times. Although they do look kind of cool, it's good to bear in mind that they cause uncomfortableness, which that causes sadness for your character. And sadness causes an indirect debuff to your combat because it increases action speed. That includes swapping weapons. So if you're using let's say your weapon breaks and you're sad, it's going to take you longer to pull out a new weapon than... I don't really like sadness. Although it doesn't affect the game all that much, and all you have to do is make sure that you have time to do your actions. Things taking longer can be in a make or break situation, right? Like if you need to pick up something important off the ground and you have only a second to do it, but you're sad, your character may not be able to pick it up in time. Ooh. Good dodge. Tired. I feel like we're starting to get a lot closer to having this area under control. Let's see what that does. It's the same why there's a random highway of clothes, is because for a little while, at least for the first quite some time, I take clothes off the zombies so that I have resources to use later. I stopped doing it later on because I don't need that many resources, but we have quite a lot here that we can use. Actually, I should take back a mitful with me because we didn't have anything to repair our injury earlier. Because your character prioritizes using the bandages that are, or well, the rags that are in your bag. So it's a good idea to have some that are sterile so that you don't accidentally use them in crafting, like I did. Then when the tree scratches you on the face, you have to deal. It's fun how fast things level up when you have the ability to make lots of it. We're also starting to get a lot closer to higher levels of maintenance, which is good. Okay, 3 nettles, nice. Okay, we should be able to go and have a sleep. And we're fairly close. I'm looking forward to building soon. What we'll probably do is we'll kill some more zombies, we'll take as many clothes over there as we can, and we'll start prepping the entire area as an entire section. And then I'll probably lean towards McCoy Estates first. And Dixie after that. Alrighty. Speed up time a little bit. It's so cold outside. What a twist. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm actually gearing to wrap up here shortly because I've got stuff that I gotta go do today. But I made some good progress. We've managed to get another level in our weapon skills, which is good. So we got another little bit in short blades, as well as we're doing pretty good overall. I feel like Crossroads is mostly taken care of. Tree scratched my face though. How goes your run? Is your run going good? I figure it is. Yeah, I'm having a good day. Although you know, I'm happy to be back at streaming. I'd like to stream more consistently this next little while, which I should be able to, thankfully, because work is easing back now, so I've got more time, which is nice. Couple more features. Oh, nifty. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that your stuff is going good. It's always nice chatting with you. Yes, 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 yes. But I'm gonna end it there for now, because as much as I'd like to continue, I've got some stuff that I gotta go get done. And then I should be good to play again later today, maybe? Depends. Like, maybe later this evening? We'll see. Evening for me, yeah. Do appreciate. I'm gonna wrap up, though. And let's go see who we can raid. Make somebody else's day a little brighter. Let's see. Yeah, let's raid Buzz. Buzz isn't doing the rat race right now. Buzz is doing a 2-year challenge, but I mean, you know, Buzz is still great. So factually wonderful. It's been my pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Ta.